Mingalaba.
สวัสดีครับ
First of all, we would like to mention the appreciation for your attendance in this event. I am Chamia Jipu from Myanmar, and
My name is Sun from Thailand.
we are going to be your MC for this program. I would like to announce the program in brief. We all already went through the registration. So when the program will get started, there will be welcome and opening remarks from our vulnerable guests.
The first panel is a 40-year inspiring change perspective for the next decade. And after this session, we will take 30 minutes for coffee break.
After the break, there will be a section about urgent messages to the world, brief statements by Right Livelihood Award Laureates panel.
Okay, and next panel is Educating for Right Livelihood, Connecting Activism and Academia with Future Generation in Mind.
After that, there will be closure activity section and also group photo. So before we start our program, we would like to request two things. The first thing is, if you don't feel comfortable with that, taking pictures of you and using it in social media and other channels, please let us know right away. And the second thing is, Amy, could you please announce about your information? Please come forward.
Hello everyone, I'm Amy from the Right Livelihood Foundation. I would like to invite everyone, if you have internet connection here in this room, to, or even after the event, to share your thoughts, your best memories, stories, or interesting ideas that you've come up during the public forum today with the hashtag Right Livelihood Award, and tag us at Right Livelihood on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Whichever platform you're on. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sir. Thank you, Amy. Now, it is time for welcome and opening remarks. Firstly, we would like to invite Emeritus Professor Sudichai Wankiao from Center for Peace and Conflict Studies, Chulalongkorn University.
Thank you, Sun and Pio. Mingalaba. Sawadee krab. I said Mingalaba first because now I have a son-in-law who is a Burmese. So this is something also related to Ajahn Sulak, because in the context I didn't know this until Ajahn Sulak told me. So I started this with a very informal way, but maybe I really need to say some formal words first. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden, Ajahn Sulak, who has been our teacher, we are really exploiting him even today. We are also very honored to have the laureates under the Right Livelihood Award Network. We are very happy and honored to have all of you here. More, not only about the seniors that we need to pay respect to, but the younger voices, the younger people whom we, in the past, we may not have included them in our education forum enough, but now we need to have this kind of event even more on campus. My first word is about how we, as a national university, Chulalongkorn University now is 103 years old. It has been a national university in the context where Thailand also have been a part of the global colonial struggle in some way or the other. But as this university need to find its own sense of responsibility in today's world. This specific meeting and forum initiated by colleagues are very important for us to be open for new solidarity and new dimension of learning. Chula has been very much a specialized disciplines, but today the planet Earth cannot allow over-specialization become a dominant system anymore. So we are very honored and happy to welcome all of you in the spirit of partnership, in the spirit of reorientation, and also in the spirit of opening space for the future together. And with these words, I humbly welcome all of you, and we look forward for the next exchange and your kind participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Next, we would like to welcome Dr. Monica Griffin, Vice Chair of the Right Livelihood Foundation Board.
Dear Sulak, dear Vice President, Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much for the hospitality which we have here as Right Livelihood Foundation. Thank you that we can have this first conference in a row in Bangkok within our 40th anniversary after the big event in Sweden in November. And I just want to make some opening remarks to explain a little bit what the Right Livelihood Foundation does for those of you who don't know them yet. My name is Monica Griffin, and I was co-founder of German Greenpeace, but I was also in the government as environmental minister in a land in Germany, and I was also in the parliament. But I have been in the board and jury of the Right Livelihood Foundation since 1986, so I know a lot of the laureates personally, and I've visited a lot of them, and I admire really the work under very difficult circumstances, which they are doing, most of them. The Right Livelihood Award was established in 1980 to honor and support courageous people solving global problems. And there are now 178 laureates from 70 countries. This is a little bit wrong on that one, but you can put this down now, who gets long life support in different ways. The founder of the award, and you see them, the spread is, now there is no spread. Okay. The founder of the award is basically, was Jakob von Uxküll, who, just as most of our laureates and many others, alarmed by the disconnection between the urgency of global problems and the way the international community was dealing with them. He wanted to recognize people and organizations moving away from the Western cultural arrogance shown in the development debate with its focus on material growth, instead shining a light on new paths to a just and sustainable world, including ancient human wisdom from around the globe. The laureates' various work is also an early warning system for planet Earth, as our laureate from the US, Francis Moore-Lappé, put it during our last big conference 10 years ago, the 30th anniversary conference in Bonn. But they also show solutions, like our friends from SECAM, where Mona Abuleish is here today, or Tony Rinaudo, who both are greening the desert, which is really a sign of hope, or Gramin Shakti from Bangladesh, who show that cheap solar energy for each household is possible, and women can install it. That's, I think, a really good result. But the foundation also provides support and protection for our laureates. That is also one of the results which came out of the 30th anniversary meeting we had 10 years ago. Another outcome from previous meetings between laureates is the creation of the Right Livelihood College, which was inaugurated in 2009 and also initiated by one of our laureates, Anwar Fazal, who unfortunately cannot be here today. So, beside celebrating 40 years of Right Livelihood Foundation, we also celebrate 10 years of Right Livelihood College. And we have now 9 universities, including here in Bangkok, participating. And I'm very thankful for this wonderful cooperation. It is a systemic platform linking academics and students from 9 universities all over the continents, as you see. It's Latin America, it's Africa, it's Asia, it's Europe, so it's everywhere. And the college is a model for harnessing universities for social transformation and involve the younger generation of students in meaningful research related to the work of the laureates, plus multiplying their work, which is very important, so that doesn't stand with the laureates alone, but it goes on. And that's very important. We are in an unusual moment where many crises and opportunities are converging together much faster than in the past. And that is not a saying of this year. It's a saying from Pat Mooney, one of our laureates from Canada, 10 years ago in Bonn. And that hasn't changed, it is the same. So we have now our youngest laureate, Greta Thunberg, from 2019. We are opening here to more cooperation, not only with universities, but also with other young people who are active, like the Fridays for Future movements, where we will have also a representative here this afternoon in the discussion later on. Events like this one are important stepping stones to strengthen each other in the hard work we have ahead of us, tackling various threats and crises. But what we also want to do is enjoy the beauty and the spirit of life and of being together. Let's doing that today, and thank you very much for hosting us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monica. The next welcome and opening remarks is from Sweden's ambassador to Thailand. May I invite His Excellency Stefan Harriston.
I will follow the example by Professor Sopichai, starting with Saudi Krap and also Mingalaba. Mingalaba, since I'm also the Swedish ambassador to Myanmar. Haven't learned so many more words in the language, I apologize, but at least that one. Ajahn Sulak, dear laureates, dear participants, dear friends. 40 years ago, I was a fairly young student. I was engaged in Swedish politics at the time, but I can't say that I really had very clear ideas about a possible professional path in life. If somebody would have told me that 40 years down the road you would be standing like I do now, being ambassador, I most likely wouldn't have believed a single word of that. However, there's one thing I do remember. Like many of my friends, I was passionate about development aid, as it often was called at the time. Global poverty was a major driver of our engagement. Injustices, oppression in so many countries all over the world, east, west, north, south. The closest capital to Stockholm isn't Oslo or Copenhagen, that's Tallinn. But Tallinn was behind the Iron Curtain. The victim of occupation and oppression just wasn't really present in our minds. On top of that, we saw already then environmental degradation of our planet increasingly present in our minds and actions. 40 years ago, that was also the year when the Right Livelihood Award was created. I didn't know about it at the time, probably heard on TV, but can't remember. But I recognized the drivers behind the award and behind the movement because I grew up in the same atmosphere. Congratulations to the foundation and to all the laureates present here today. It's an honor to be here addressing this public forum. And as a son of 2 teachers and a husband to a 3rd one, I feel inspired to know that education will be very much in focus here during these days. My engagement eventually led me in the 90s to the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA, where I spent 12 of the most inspiring and engaging years of my professional life, followed by roughly the same number of years as ambassador in East Africa, Southeast Asia, and Central Europe. These have been decades when we have experienced certainly some remarkable progress in global development. We see decreasing levels of absolute income poverty and child mortality. Access to education has improved. We saw 1989 the fall of the Berlin Wall and the following democratic wave. Millions and millions of people, including those living close to us in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, where I've been ambassador, gaining a political freedom that once was regarded as unthinkable. In 2015, the global community mobilized behind the Agenda 2030, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Agreement against global warming. Major steps forward. Today, however, we are facing increasingly challenging circumstances in several key areas. The effects of climate change are becoming more and more visible, while the actions needed to change course are not. Inequality is on the rise in many, many countries. The idea, the simple idea, but so fundamental for our future, the idea of a rules-based multilateral world order is under serious threat. We see it in various contexts, everything from the World Trade Organization up to the threat to the Paris Agreement. And democracy is backtracking. Freedom House reports for 13 consecutive years regression in terms of political freedom. There's certainly no wave of increased freedom anymore. The wave we see, that's about authoritarianism, of oppression. We see freedom of expression reduced. We see human rights defenders harassed. We see enforced disappearances continue to take place. I'm very honored to see Shui Meng, the wife of the disappeared Laotian activist Sombath Sompona, here today. It's an honor to meet you every time we meet each other. And in the area of gender equality, a key commitment for feminist governments like the Swedish one, we see that conservative forces are trying to restrict the right of women and girls to decide over their own bodies, and hence we increasingly need to fight to protect the gains of the past, when our focus rather ought to be the patriarchal structures and inequalities that remain. And they are still many for sure. Still, I'm not a pessimist. During my lifetime, I've seen, as I said, so many unthinkables becoming reality, more often than not because of courageous individual human beings. Courageous people joining forces to make change happen. Just recently, we have been witnessing, as was mentioned here, how the young Swedish activist Greta Thunberg's peaceful school strike outside the Swedish parliament started a global movement for climate action and climate justice. I'm happy to know now that you, Right Livelihood, you have given her your award. And here in Thailand, I've met 12-year-old Kun Lily from Bye Bye Plastic Bags Thailand, and 21-year-old Lin from Climate Strike Thailand. Kun Lily visited us just a couple of days ago when we met together, many of us being here today. And they act very much in the same spirit. They do it because they know that decisions and actions taken today will define their future of tomorrow. We need to listen to them and we need to act. There is no planet B. And let me just end with emphasizing what we here might all agree upon, but what many strongmen and authoritarian rulers all over the world beyond us would object to. The simple fact, individual human beings have rights. Freedom of expression, freedom of assembly are among those fundamental rights clearly expressed in the UN Universal Declaration on Human Rights, recently celebrating its 70th anniversary. These are not Swedish values. They are not European values. These are not Western values. They are global norms formulated by the global community, all of us in the United Nations, after one of the darkest periods ever experienced by mankind, the period of the Second World War, of mass murder, of the Holocaust. It's not only right to promote these norms, it's our moral duty. Yes, certainly the space for free speech and a vibrant civil society and human rights defenders is shrinking. And yes, we are living in challenging times, but there's no natural law making that happen. It happens because there are power structures and oppressive rulers making it happen. And the tide can turn again and needs to turn again. Let's all join forces to make that simple vision come true. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your remarks, Ambassador. Next, let's hear the welcome and open remark from the founder of เสถียรโกษตรนะครับอาชีพ 1995 Right Livelihood Laureate Venerable อาจารย์สุรักษ์ศิวรักษา Please welcome.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, since I am the only local laureate, I would like to thank the organizers from Stockholm, Geneva, Bangkok, 3 different places, and working hard together to produce this symposium. And this symposium is not only an exchange intellectually, exchanging ideas, which is very fruitful, but they also bring in beauty, as you can see, beautiful music before this session. And after this, they will also go to the ashram, which is a place for alternative lifestyle, spiritual, mental. So I must say, they have planned very well, and I'm pretty sure the result would be good and great. The only thing I miss personally is Jacob von Uxkel, who is not only the founder of the Right Livelihood Award, but he also founder of Future World Council. As you know, some good countries have ombudsmen to guide the nation consciously towards the future. The World Future Council is trying modestly, humbly to guide the world towards the future of the world, socially, environmentally. So I really miss Jacob von Uxkel. I hope his health will be restored and he will be with us longer, to be with us for the good of the world. As you know, Right Livelihood Award is known as Alternative Nobel. It really is alternative. The awardees are not great people, unlike people like Henry Kissinger, who advised Nixon to kill so many million people. I think those who receive Alternative Nobel really care for human rights, care for the quality of life, and I'm very proud to be one of them. Now, regarding the theme, education for life livelihood, some of you may know the word livelihood. It comes from the Buddha. The Noble Eightfold Path is the path the Buddha provided for us. Livelihood is only in the middle. You have to start with the right view. That is, you must learn to be less selfish, learn to be more humble, and with right view, right effort, right conduct, 8 altogether. But summarize it into 3. That the essence of education. Number 1 is called Sila. You must learn not to exploit yourself and others. Think carefully. Many of us exploit ourselves in the name of success, in the name of power, riches. One must learn not to exploit oneself and others. And to do that, you need the second step, Samadhi. Learn to use your heart, to bring your heart and your thought together. I think this is very much missing in the world, because the most important element in our life is not our thought, not cogito ergo sum like Descartes proclaimed, but the most important for our life is breathing. In Buddhism, you don't have to live in the Buddha. If you stop breathing for 5 minutes, you'll be dead. But what do we breathe in? We breathe in a lot of anxiety, we breathe in a lot of greed, and Samadhi teaches us to breathe properly. You don't have to be Buddhist. If you are Christian, you can breathe in Christ. If you are an atheist, agnostic, you just breathe in mindfully. And through breathing, you can reconstruct your consciousness. You change greed into generosity. You change hatred into loving kindness. And ultimately, you can change delusion into wisdom. You see, Sila, not to exploit yourself and others. Samadhi, train your mind through breathing, and then you get panya, prajna, wisdom. That is, you learn to understand what is real, what is not real. And I think this would be the basic for education. I hope for those of you who go for alternative education, you don't have to believe me, but perhaps you take my words seriously. And only for that, I shall always remain grateful to all of you. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ajahn Sulab.
And thank you everyone for your kind welcome remarks.
Now, this is time for the program about 40 years inspiring change, perspectives for the next decade. Please welcome Emeritus Professor Surichai Wankiao to moderate this section. And may I request Professor Surichai to introduce our keynote speakers. Let's welcome.
Thank you. I am commanded by the young MCs to be your moderator for this session. 40 years is a context where Right Livelihood Award has been a player, has been an institution, has been an ecology of new sensitivity for all of us, new solidarity. So in that aspect, may I invite our speakers to come to the, will we have each speaking at the, yes? Okay, so I think I follow the message that we will have 3 keynote speakers for these 40 years, looking back and also, more importantly, looking forward. May I now invite the first speaker, the person whom in our context are much familiar because he also has a few books in Thai language. In Thailand as well as in the global context. Dr. Wantana Chiva, may I welcome you to the podium? Yes.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Excellency, for your words. Dear fellow laureates, the community from the Right Livelihood Colleges, and the amazing young people who are here. You are a hope. And in these times where we need all the hope to address the multiple threats we face. This morning, we were reminded about the threats that Davi is facing in the Amazon, because the Amazon is facing threats. Because we've become so stupid, we have to grow GMO soya by cutting the Amazon to then export it for animal feed all over Europe and China and all over the world, when small farms around the world provide 80% of the food we eat. And yet the illusion carries on that small farms must be destroyed. For me, Earth democracy is the simple recognition that we are part of an Earth family. We are related to all other species. Sulak talked about breathing in and breathing out. We call it Soham, but if the trees weren't there, we wouldn't have the oxygen to breathe in. If the trees weren't there, the amazing capacity to take the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and put it into the soil, that capacity wouldn't be there. So when we are breathing in and breathing out, we are actually being conscious of the amazing interconnectedness. And my 50 years of work, I got the Alternative Nobel Prize in '93 for helping converge the discourse between women's rights, ecological rights, and development. Part of it is I've learned a lot from peasant women. I always say I did my quantum theory in the University of Western Ontario, where I learned non-separation, potential, uncertainty, and I learned my ecology from the University of Chipko about simple connections between our forests and our rivers. And the women had to wake up the world to say, these forests are not timber mines. They are the sources of our rivers. And it's not an accident that the sources of our rivers are the most sacred pilgrim sites of India. They're from my region. I come from this region where the Ganges emerges. We have been taught repeatedly in all cultures, all indigenous cultures, including civilizations like mine, that we are part of one earth, we're part of one universe. All beings have a right to the gifts of this earth. Taking more than your share is stealing the share from other species, from other humans, and from future generations. So we have constructed an economy based on war, theft, and colonialism. And we call it an economy when economy is supposed to mean the art of living, oikonomia, means the art of living. It's derived from the same word oikos, from which ecology is derived, which means our common home. So if today our common home is a mess, it's because of a few people's greed. And Gandhi had reminded us the earth has enough for everyone's needs, but not for a few people's greed. This process exterminated 90% of indigenous Americans. Raul reminded us of this while we were discussing the atrocities going on in Brazil, and our MST colleagues who are there defending the land and defending the rights of the landless. They are part of this struggle. 60 million of my people in the most fertile area of the world were decimated for famine because of the greed of extraction. They called it Lagan. 9 million women were burnt as witches over 250 years because women knowing was a crime. And all of these processes were interconnected. This idea of a dead earth was constructed just like hate is constructed today. Divisions between people are constructed today. And there was a legal concept created of bio nullius, the empty land. If we don't occupy it from Europe, it's empty. The Aboriginals don't exist, the Indians don't exist, the indigenous people don't exist. And this has given us both the violation of the rights of nature and the rights of people. This dead earth idea of an empty earth then very naturally grew into the issue that has shaped my life, the empty life idea, that plants don't have their self-organization capacity. The Thais didn't evolve the jasmine rice, and we didn't evolve the basmati rice. It gets patented by a Texas company called Rice Tech. So I started to save seeds because there was this idea in the WTO, or at least in the GATT, that corporations who brought us chemicals now wanted to own the seed through patents through genetic engineering. And I said, oh, GMO, for them means God move over. But the seed has its rights. It is self-organized life. Farmers have their rights because they've given us the seeds. People have rights to good food that come from good seed. We've forgotten all of these connections. It was in 99 June, I remember, I was working with our communities, and I brought them the information of biopiracy. The basmati had been pirated. The GATT had become WTO in 95. I brought them this information, and they made this amazing declaration. Communities from 200 villages up in the Himalaya. They said, all of life is related. The forests and the animals in the forests are cows and our bullocks. The rivers, we are one family. And they declared a living democracy movement. They said, we will not accept patents, we will not accept poisons, we will not accept GMOs. And they started to write postcards to the chief of WTO, Michael Moore, to say, you have overstepped your jurisdiction. We make laws about protecting life in our village. This is real democracy. We will not accept your laws. And they wrote to the pirates such a beautiful letter. They said, even in the village, sometimes people will steal because they're desperate. Someone's hungry, so they'll steal bread. Someone's mother is ill, so they'll steal something to take her to hospital. Please come and explain under the banyan tree in our village, what is your desperation that you must steal the knowledge and the seeds of the poor? This campaign then started to shape both a new democracy movement, but also a new defense of indigenous biodiversity and rights. That November, we met in Seattle to tell WTO that it has to stop this free trade logic. We want multilateralism, as His Excellency mentioned, but not on the wrong rules. And that's when I was, journalists would come up and say, oh, you anti-globalizers know what you're against, but you don't know what we are for. I said, no, we are against patenting of life. because we know we love life. We are against biopiracy because we know our people have innovated. And out of this grew the Earth Democracy concept and my Earth Democracy book, and I'll be very happy to give you a gift, Your Excellency. Copenhagen failed as a climate summit, which is why the Paris Agreement had to be created, because the UN framework was dismantled. And it was Evo Morales, who was then the Prime Minister of Bolivia, who said we were supposed to be here to defend the rights of Mother Earth, not the rights of polluters. So I'm going to go home and work on a declaration on the rights of Mother Earth. And then a community was created. Out of this grew a whole movement on the rights of nature and the rights of Mother Earth. And a parallel draft declaration was prepared to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Let me just share a few points with you. Mother Earth is living, unique, indivisible, self-regulating community of interrelated beings that sustain, contains, and reproduce all beings. Earth being is defined by its relationship as an integral part of Mother Earth. Inherent rights of Mother Earth are inalienable in that they arise from the same source as existence. Mother Earth and all beings are entitled to all the inherent rights recognized in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as may be made between organic and inorganic beings, species, origin, use. Just as human beings have human rights, all other beings also have rights which are specific to their species or kind and appropriate to their role and functions within the community of life. The rights of each being are limited by the rights of all other beings. That is the scope of rights of the earth and human rights. It is time in the next 10 years for our community, both of the laureates as well as the Right Livelihood colleges, to do the work that shows that the human rights flow from rights of the earth. The earth comes first because we are part of her. What are children dying of? Lack of water. What are children dying of? Lack of food. What are children dying of? Toxic contaminants that are giving them cancer. Cancer for children is exploding. It is now time to overcome this apartheid that was artificially created between nature, of which we are a part, and humans. And out of this apartheid then grew the idea that some humans are superior. Capitalist patriarchy created the illusion of patriarchy, which you referred to. Civilizing mission of religion created the idea of superior religions, which is now spread like a disease around the world. Superiority of race, religion, gender is what becomes the fuel for the hate politics. And I see the economics of greed that is violating our democracy needs today a partnership with the politics of hate, because it is a divide and rule policy at a time where 1% rules. Especially when that 1% increases its appetite at a time where the planet is already threatened with climate change, species extinction, disappearing water, desertified land. All UN treaties are telling us we have a 10-year window in order to maintain the conditions for human life on Earth. 10 years of shift. And that is the 10 years that our work, our collective work, must be oriented. If we think of the genocide in the Amazon, what is it? Here are indigenous communities that have protected their forests and land for millennia. And yet their land has to be grabbed by an economy that is already collapsing. In our country, fellow laureate Colin is here, our country is burning because of new laws to design illegality for the majority of Indians. Detention centers are being created on the border of the United States and Mexico and across India. You talked about the Holocaust. Concentration camps came out of that time. It is as if people will be burnt and removed from their homes, others will be put in new detention centers, and we will all become illegal aliens in our common home. I have been talking to my colleagues who are in the movement that it is time to remember that our citizenship comes from being born as earth beings of the earth. It's given by the earth, not by communal, corrupt, dictatorial states. We need a whole new definition of identity, that our identity comes from the earth, not, as Samuel Huntington said, we can only know who we are if we know who we hate. No, we know who we are because of what we love. And I want to end with 2 lines from our beautiful national anthem. And this is inspired by the fact that when you had your reception in your home and your wife had a wonderful balcony with a garden, let us together grow gardens of diversity and weave garlands of love.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vandana Shiva. I think all of you would agree with me that the message about democracy need to be really redefined in the context of new urgencies. And that must be grounded in the recognition that man as a part of nature, not separated from nature. And that man means not only this male sex, but what we have been doing with democracy exploited on the other side is let it link with hate politics, and it has been one side. But to the meaning of the next 10 years, this message, grounding ourselves on the earth, grounding ourselves on the home, the common home, grounding ourselves on the oikos that you really has mentioned, in some way also strengthen some words said in this campus last November. The Pope Francis was here. Very much the same message, strengthened by your words today, that this is really the core of new reference to our identity for the future. And this identity politics must be a part of our common work, and here our young people also a part. And we hope you will follow this discussion further. May I now invite you to listen to our next keynote speaker, the laureate of the year 2000 of the Right Livelihood Award, in the context where in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, we also have learned about the life of some very important person who represent the spirit of our definition of democracy, but the person has been made disappear. We are very honored. The ambassador already mentioned with Madame Shui Meng with us here, but we will, at the moment, I would like to introduce you to our spirit who we really owe a lot, our laureate, Mr. Munir, represented by his wife. And may I invite Madame Suciwati and also Indria Farida to come up to share with us. Madame Munir, or her name is Suciwati. I only have seen her photo, I met her for the first time in the ambassador's residence, a few hours of her arrival. For us in this country, we have been talking about ASEAN, as you may know. These words have been quite empty in some way. With meeting her, I think I would like also to recognize that how precious time we can have to listen to her, who have borne the burden, the suffering of someone who has carried with her, with the husband, Mr. Munir, who was really an important figure in our human rights in Indonesia and the whole world. So now I also was told that Madam Suciwati will speak in Indonesian, in Bahasa Indonesia. So would you mind, would you kindly use the channel 1 for your earphone? Yes, please begin, Madam.
Thank you, Professor. Oke. Hadirin sekalian, laureates, Mr. Ambassador, friend, teman-teman dan pembela HAM yang saya hormati, saya merasa bersyukur berada di sini bersama Anda semua untuk berbagi pemikiran dan pengalaman tentang perjalanan panjang yang telah saya lalui untuk memerangi impunitas dan penegakan HAM di Indonesia. 16 tahun yang lalu, setelah pembunuhan suami saya Munir, impunitas aktor intelektual di balik pembunuhannya terus berlanjut. Saya bersama berbagai organisasi hak asasi manusia telah bekerja keras untuk mewujudkan keadilan hukum melalui berbagai cara, melalui berbagai jalan. Tetapi kekuasaan tetap memberikan perlindungan bagi pembunuhnya. 6 tahun yang lalu saya meniti jalan baru menuju penegakan HAM melalui pendirian Museum Hak Asasi Manusia Munir. Saya percaya bahwa pendidikan hak asasi manusia adalah kunci pembentukan generasi baru warga negara yang memiliki komitmen kuat untuk menegakkan hak asasi manusia. Dengan demikian, pelanggaran hak asasi manusia dan impunitas di masa datang akan berkurang. Di sisi lain, ini strategi baru untuk membuka pintu dialog dengan negara sebagai bagian dari tanggung jawabnya. Museum Hak Asasi Manusia Munir melaksanakan pendidikan HAM melalui eksibisi di museum, kemudian melakukan publikasi modul pengajaran HAM bagi guru, pelatihan dan kegiatan seni. Museum HAM Munir telah menjadi platform bagi beragam organisasi untuk memahami dan menginternalisasi nilai-nilai hak asasi manusia serta menerapkannya dalam kehidupan sehari-hari. Melalui museum ini, saya telah menemukan teman-teman baru dalam pengalaman saya menuju keadilan. Saya senang bisa berbagi dengan Anda tentang rencana pembangunan Museum HAM Munir yang baru dan tentu akan lebih besar dengan bantuan dana dan tanah yang dari pemerintahan lokal di mana Munir lahir. Selain kedua pemerintah lokal, berbagai individu dan kelompok masyarakat dari berbagai latar belakang profesi yang telah memberikan sumbangsi bagi pembangunan Museum Hak Asasi Manusia yang pertama di Indonesia. Tentunya itu sangat berharga. Namun bersamaan dengan langkah progresif ini, saya menyayangkan kondisi penegakan hak asasi manusia di Indonesia kini sedang menurun. Lebih jauh lagi, saya sangat kecewa bahwa pemerintahan Indonesia telah melupakan komitmennya bagi penghapusan impunitas dan penegakan hak asasi manusia. Saya sangat risau bahwa berbagai kemajuan yang kita alami akan secara cepat terkikis oleh tren otoritarisme baru di Indonesia. Dalam situasi seperti ini, saya menyerukan pada mitra internasional untuk menunjukkan dukungan konkret bagi pembela HAM secara khusus dalam advokasi yang dibutuhkan untuk menghapus impunitas serta pendidikan HAM melalui Museum HAM Munir. Sekarang tidak cukup hanya duduk di pinggir lapangan, memberikan penghargaan dan membuat pernyataan. Mitra internasional harus mewujudkan jargon-jargon yang selama ini disampaikan melalui aksi nyata. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Munir, Madam Suciwati. The museum will not be in Jakarta, it will be in Malang. What she kindly shared with us is that the situation after the loss of life and some recognition that the illegal act has done to the life of Mr. Munir, it has not been so much improvement. What you have mentioned also, that the hard work along the line of having a museum in the local and supported by also the solidarity of the local government is also has some encouraging sign for all of us too. So along your message, may I say that the solidarity, the sense of we share together the future, and the challenge of impunity for human rights violation need really to be taken within a country, but beyond. It is a regional and also global concern. And with this, some steps with the museum and some steps of the new step into the future, set example by the struggle, Madam Munir and the colleagues in Indonesia. We need to also work together for the next step for our solidarity and future. Now may I turn to our last speaker for this session. The next keynote is also our laureate, livelihood laureate, Mr. Colin Gonzalez. May I invite you to kindly share with us your words for how reflecting back and also looking forward for the next decade, please.
I was to reach yesterday, and I had to cancel my ticket and come today because there was an attack by the police in India on the students in Delhi and the neighboring state of Uttar Pradesh. I say this because I want the young students who attended the conference this morning to know of the difficulties that they will face in the years to come if they take to the path of human rights and in the enforcement of human rights. Where a few days ago the police went into the hostels of the students, fired tear gas shells at point blank range, used the lathis on the heads, the sticks, the police sticks on the heads of the students, cracked open skulls, and broke many bones. The police thought that by doing that, they would prevent the students from demonstrating again. And they were boasting that they will never again come back on the streets and protest once they get the beating of their lives. And they were surprised to see that after they were taken to the intensive care units, and then the bandages and the plasters and the operations happened, within a week's time, the students were back on the streets again, great heroes and leaders of the movement for democracy in India. We are fighting a great struggle against fascism, where people are losing their lives for no other reason that they wanted to do a march to Parliament, where 10, 20, 30,000 persons would have surrounded Parliament. And that embarrassment for the government of India was unbearable. And that is why the unprovoked attacks took place. And so I want to tell the students who are participating here today, and all the students to whom these messages will go, that the path of human rights and the struggle for human rights is not an easy path. But if you surmount the initial fear, the initial beatings, the initial interrogations by the police, and you stand firm, the enemy is ultimately a very weak enemy. And absent the police, they cannot handle dissent of this magnitude, this kind of protests of these magnitudes. We are stronger than they are. We are more numerical than they are. We have greater grit than the state. It is only if they manage to frighten us, students of India, or students of the world actually, that they will survive. I wanted to speak actually on law, but I changed my mind after listening to the conference this morning. And I'll give you a little gist of those of you who are law students, or if any law student were to hear this. The law in the developing country is revolutionary. I'm sorry to say the law in the developed country is pretty conservative. And the big change between these two systems is that in the developing world, you have constitutions that allow for collective petitions. So like in the right to food case where the Supreme Court ordered subsidized food grain for 500 million people in one case, it changed the scenario regarding hunger and malnutrition in India. In the Manipur case, I believe the ambassador spoke of or you, sir, I think you spoke of the disappearance cases. In a tiny state of Manipur in the northeast, we had 1,523 disappearances over a period of 25 years. We think of India as a very democratic, peaceful, in Gandhian terms, non-violent country. That's all a myth. We are the most violent country in the developing world. And in that case, the Supreme Court intervened. One case for 1,500 mothers and wives of the disappeared persons, ordered the prosecution of the army officers and the police. And in Vishaka's case, where we don't have a sexual harassment law, the Supreme Court intervened and gave guidelines for the punishment of those who sexually harass girls and women in schools and colleges. So it's an extraordinary system. And I would appeal to all of you, if you're in Africa, Latin America, or Asia, we have constitutions, and the practice of using that constitution is truly revolutionary, where you can bring a great deal of results to a large number of people who are too poor to go to the court themselves. My other piece of advice is, or rather friendly exhortation is, if any young person wants to change the world, you must begin with yourself. And if you don't have that determination and grit to change yourself first, you can never be a good human rights person. You must want to live simply. You must want to live a very different life. You must not have the aspirations and ambitions of ordinary people for the ordinary pleasures of life. Because human rights work, I must say, is deeply spiritual work. It is work of the spirit. And if you can't control things, and if you can't go a spiritual path, and be resolute no matter what. I remember when we were young, we had no money, we had no place to stay. Even after I had a degree from a very prestigious IIT university, we had no money because we were working on a pittance. A human rights activist must want only that, satisfaction for the soul and a moderate and decent life. No human rights lawyer or activist, starves in this country or in my country. But your focus has to be very different. I had the good fortune of having a very militant trade unionist when I left college. And he was very militant. I was criticized for joining him because he used certain tactics that were not very orthodox, let us say. But he taught me one thing, and this is what I want to say to all the young people who participated. He taught me to be able to see working class people and their lives and the problems through the eyes of the working class. So human rights work is actually a shedding of your middle class or upper middle class vision of the world. And slowly and gradually, as you live and work among people who are poor, working class people basically, slum dwellers and so on, as you work and live among them, your vision begins to change and you're able to see the world in a very different way. Now you no longer have to be taught by your professors or your teachers or by books on the answers to certain questions regarding class struggle, exploitation, globalization, and so on. You don't need that anymore. It comes because your experience with ordinary people teaches you to look at the world in a very different way. The third point I want to make is that the way to knowledge is through mass movements and struggle. It's very important. I had the good fortune when I was very young that the country erupted with mass movements and struggles for social change. Indira Gandhi imposed the emergency in India, and tens and thousands of people were arrested and thrown in jail. So I grew up fighting against the emergency of Indira Gandhi. There was a nationwide railway strike. There was a nationwide textile strike. There was exploitation and violence by the state everywhere. So if you're a young person and you get a chance to immerse yourself in struggle, you get the good opportunity, let us say, to actually participate in struggles for freedom. Join and take those struggles up immediately and without hesitation. Because the best teacher of a young person, the best way to learn the lessons of human rights work is by participating in the struggles and movements of ordinary people. My last message is this. Those of you who are in your 20s, the next 20, 30 years is going to be unimaginably different from the past. The signs of turmoil have spread far beyond the boundaries of the developing world. They've reached Europe, they've reached America, and you can see the flames eruption of social strife everywhere. You can see it in unemployment, you can see it in racism, you can see it in so many things. The world is going to be a very different place, and here we're not even taking into consideration climate change, which has already tipped the world over the precipice. It's gone, the world is gone. Unless human beings manage to do something remarkably different in the next few years, which is not going to happen as long as men are in control. The world is going to carry on as it is. So you can imagine, if you think that your lives are going to be like the lives of your parents before you, reasonably comfortable lives, you're in for a very big shock. And you must be ready for the years to come, for the turmoil and the stress of the years to come, for the difficulties of the years to come. And you must be mentally prepared and ready to live a very different life, a very simple life. Go down to basics, power down, so that your footprint on the earth will be very mild, and aspire for nothing more than spiritual satisfaction and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your words. to say the last few sentences that we all need to come to the basics of life, basics of being a part of nature, which is a real challenge in the world of individualism, the world of consumption. So I think the kind words said by Mr. Colin Gonzalez is that this need to be reflected in the context of even more unexpected disasters are coming, even more difficult climate impacted problems are coming, and how should we be prepared? So just to conclude with a few words, I was told that we do not, I'm very sorry, we do not have the time for the Q&A, but we can follow the discussion at tea break. May I just say that the world as it is, we already are witnessing a worsening context. But we also need to see the strengthening part, that the core is all this need to be linked with new spirituality, the meaning of how our spirit of work, our spirit of life, our spirit of sharing can be a part of our identity formation together. So my point here related to redefining democracy in terms of what Dr. Vandana Shiva said, Earth democracy. In that aspect, the Right Livelihood Award with its global and humanity connections can give a big platform for this new sense of identity, a part of nature, a part of, just a part with other non-humans, and also the planet. Next is also democracy as it is, politics as it is, has been captured and defined only in territorial, called nation state. And the logic of nation state and the logic of geopolitics have been dominating, while the earth are in a worsening and terrible shape. Amazon, just a case, Mekong River, another case. We can cite the commons have been exploited in very tragic way according to the territorial units called nation state and sovereignty of the kind. So sovereignty cannot be left to the geopolitical alone. It is clear from the keynote speeches that sovereignty rests with all of us, rests with life that is recognizing its own burden to the earth, and also it's our common responsibility to work together and to heal, and especially to heal the devastation that human lives have been done to other lives, among sexes, as well as among countries. So in this aspect, may I highlight the spirit of the words through Madam Muni, also that we need to recognize the existing framework of impunity, which is still unlearning in the context of worsening planet. The sense of responsibility is where our solidarity will ground ourselves. Our solidarity will go beyond just simple geographical. And I think Right Livelihood School for Well-Being, and we have heard all the keynotes that we will translate and also discuss further your key messages into how we can exchange for strengthening our spirit, our work, as well as our intergenerational sharing. I hope that this will open up for the next discussion that will make us more engaged and make a university like Chula a part of such efforts together with all of you. May I say to ask all of you to express our gratitude to the keynote speeches from our 3 speakers, please.
Thank you very much, all of our speakers, for your inspiring speeches, and also Professor Surishai for your wonderful moderating. Now it's time for our coffee break. It is in the hall area where you enter. Please enjoy, meet new people, and come back in 30 minutes, please.
by Right Livelihood Award Laureates.
May I invite Dr. Ellen Cristoforado, Right Livelihood College partner from the University of Kassel, to the moderate this session. Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I feel very, very honored to introduce the representatives of 3 organizations to you who received the Right Livelihood Award more than 2 decades ago. I mean, just imagine, that was in the last millennium that they got the prize. And I think it's all the more important to hear from them how their organizations have been doing since then and what they, from their points of view, consider urgent messages to the world. We've structured this session also in such a way that first the laureates will deliver their statements and afterwards there will be a Q&A. So let me first introduce our first speaker, Rosana Fernandes, from the Landless Workers Movement from Brazil. That is also widely known as the MST, and you can see from her T-shirt, MST. So here's so that's the Landless Workers Movement that received the prize in 1991, and I'm quoting from the jury's decision, for winning land for landless families and for helping them to form it sustainably. Rosana Fernandes is a long-time member of MST's political educational sector and presently also works as the general coordinator of the Florestan Fernandes National School, and I hope you will tell us about that a little bit more in a minute. So thank you very much. We are very happy to have you here, and also Claudia, we are very happy to have you here and to provide us with a translation of the speech that Rosana is going to give right now. So the floor is yours.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas. Trago aqui um abraço afetuoso do Movimento Sem Terra do Brasil, o MST, que neste ano completa 36 anos de luta para conquistar os seus objetivos, que são a luta pela terra, a luta pela reforma agrária e a luta pela transformação social, numa perspectiva socialista. O MST é uma organização popular que tem mais de 1 milhão de pessoas participando dele. O MST organiza diversas cooperativas de produção de alimentos. É o maior produtor de arroz agroecológico da América Latina. Implementa uma pedagogia educacional em 2.000 escolas públicas nos territórios conquistados. A educação das crianças e da juventude camponesa é uma de nossas prioridades. Há 15 anos, o MST construiu a Escola Nacional Florestan Fernandes, uma escola de formação política e ideológica para dirigentes e quadros da classe trabalhadora do mundo. O MST só consegue realizar tudo isso por 2 motivos: a capacidade organizativa, o seu jeito de funcionar, e pela solidariedade nacional e internacional. Pela solidariedade internacional é que o MST recebeu com gratidão o convite para esta grande celebração de aniversário. 4 décadas que esta fundação promove o Prêmio Nobel Alternativo, o qual o MST teve a honra de receber em 1991. Reconhecemos esta fundação através das parcerias na luta contra a criminalização das organizações populares, Essa fundação que exerce permanente pressão contra os despejos que os sem terra do Brasil possam sofrer, que defendem os direitos humanos e luta em defesa do meio ambiente, um tema tão necessário neste momento no cenário político internacional. Essa ousadia do MST de resistir ao modelo de produção e destruição capitalista também tem custado vidas. Nos últimos 5 anos, 1.200 trabalhadores rurais foram assassinados, uma média de 20 assassinatos por mês. Também nos últimos 5 anos, tivemos uma média de 15 lideranças camponesas presas por mês, num total de 900 presos. Apesar disso, seguimos nosso processo de luta e a solidariedade nacional e internacional nos fortalece. No contexto político que vivemos, um período histórico complexo, devido à crise do modo de produção capitalista, que afeta a economia, os povos do mundo, as condições de vida, o meio ambiente e o futuro da humanidade. A instabilidade política internacional, com maior disputa entre as potências, acentua as guerras comerciais, militares e híbridas, que afetam os países da periferia do mundo e sua população. Frente a essa crise, os capitalistas avançam em sua ofensiva pela apropriação e privatização dos bens da natureza e no aumento da exploração dos trabalhadores. Além disso, destroem a democracia, controlando o Estado e retirando direitos sociais do povo. Para aplicar esse programa, buscam impor governos de direita, neofascistas, como no caso do Brasil e da maioria dos países da América Latina, para garantir os seus interesses. Diante disso, as organizações populares do Brasil seguem em luta, resistindo contra os golpes. O MST segue acreditando que o socialismo é o horizonte na construção de uma sociedade igualitária e justa. Para essa construção, é necessário enfrentar alguns desafios. Primeiro, construir a unidade da classe trabalhadora brasileira, latino-americana e internacional, pois o inimigo é o mesmo, o capitalismo. Segundo, do ponto de vista interno, o MST tem como principal desafio implementar o Programa de Reforma Agrária Popular, que significa enfrentar o agronegócio, conquistar a terra, organizar os territórios, praticar a agroecologia, produzir comida de verdade, educar as crianças, jovens e adultos, ampliar a formação política e ideológica e cuidar dos seres humanos e da natureza. Terceiro desafio, lutar contra a criminalização do MST, que hoje tem 36 dirigentes em condições de prisões e outros em liberdade condicional. Quarto desafio, lutar contra as políticas do governo Bolsonaro, que autoriza a violência no campo, através de armamento dos fazendeiros, para continuar exterminando os povos indígenas, assassinar lideranças sem terra, negras, religiosas e lideranças populares. No caso das lideranças populares, temos um caso emblemático, a morte da vereadora Marielle Franco. Dia 14 de março, completarão 2 anos que paramilitares do Rio de Janeiro a executaram. Uma mulher negra, nascida na favela, que atuava na organização das mulheres e das famílias empobrecidas do estado do Rio de Janeiro. a questão é: quem mandou matar Marielle? Esse é o grito da classe trabalhadora brasileira. Quinto desafio: o MST se compromete a combater todas as formas de violência contra as mulheres, contra as crianças e contra os LGBTI+. São muitos os desafios, como vocês podem observar, mas não abandonaremos a luta. Os desafios para nós são combustível. Eles servem para organizar a esperança. Seguiremos fortes na resistência. Seguiremos contando com a solidariedade desta valorosa fundação. E desejamos vida longa à fundação, viva os seus 40 anos. Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Rosanna, for your very vivid description and also for the fantastic translation, Claudia. I'm sure that you will have some questions, and I ask you to keep them in mind because later on we will have time to talk about this. Right now, let's move from Brazil to Japan.
Yes.
Let's move to Miyuki Kinoshita.
Yes.
The chairperson of the board of directors of the Seikatsu Club Consumers Corporation, who received the Right Livelihood Award in 1989. And again, I'm quoting from the jury's decision, for creating the most successful, sustainable model of production and consumption in the industrialized world. So, Miyuki, thank you very much for being here and for sharing your work and your vision with us today.
Thank you for your kindness introduction, Alan. Firstly, thank you for inviting me to speak at this important event. I am Miyuki Kinoshita, chairperson of the board of directors of Seikatsu Club Saitama. Seikatsu Club is a consumers cooperative based on the collective purchase of food and goods for daily life. We have 400,000 members in 21 prefectures in Japan. Seikatsu Club won the Right Livelihood Award in 1989. This was for creating the most successful, sustainable model of production and consumption. 30 years have passed since then, but sustainability is still our core keyword, as the world is heading right now for a climate crisis. The keyword sustainability is becoming even more important. We are now working on 4 projects. Firstly, we spread the use of renewable energy to reduce CO2 emissions. Unfortunately, Japan won the Fossil Award at COP25 in Madrid last year. But if the government won't do it, we will do it. Consumer cooperatives, including Seikatsu Club and student organizations, are getting together as a movement. We have created power companies to use renewable energy. Users are increasing. This is a concrete effort to say no to the use of fossil fuels and nuclear power. secondly, we pursue safety, health, and environment in all our processes, from the choose of raw material to production, distribution, consumption, and disposal. For example, we support the life force of our land and seas by reducing pesticides, chemical fertilizers, and antibiotics. We strongly oppose the monopoly of seeds by multinational companies. The food we eat is a blessing from the earth. It is important to choose methods that place as small a burden as possible on nature. Thirdly, we promote on our own responsibility the reuse and recycling of our products, packages, and glass bottles. This effort, which has continued for 25 years, cuts CO2 emissions. It is also an action that leads to a solution for the problem of ocean plastic, now growing on a global scale. Fourthly, we have created mechanisms for diverse forms of mutual aid in the local communities. These help people to bring up their children in security and live in their own communities, whether they are elderly or have disabilities. These are our actions in our communities to create a society where no one will be left behind. Also, the basic concept of the SDGs. Living means consuming. The choice of what and how to consume is directly linked to what kind of future we want. The next generations are as important as the people who are alive today. We choose a sustainable lifestyle and coexist with nature, with aim for self-sufficiency in food, energy, and care. We must prepare mechanisms for our action, and including that members of people who will sympathize with this and join us. We must nurture people who can imagine the background and the future of everything we choose. Today, I would like to ask you to choose a lifestyle for social good in order to create the future we wish. To live for our children with the approach of a global crisis, the kind of lifestyle we choose is very important. In both the past and the future, with everything living on the earth, choosing a lifestyle for social good. Seikatsu Club has been working to create the future we desire. We will go on including the people and organizations willing to, with hope and courage and without fear, Let us go forward together as a great power. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miyuki, for sharing your detailed information with us. And once again, please keep in mind the questions will be coming later on. So let's stay in the country. Let's stay in Japan and visit the Citizens Nuclear Information Center there, which was started by the late Right Livelihood Laureate Jin Saburo Nakagi. My Japanese is getting better, I think. Who received the award in 1997 jointly with Michael Schneider, I'm quoting again, for the scientific rigor of their research and the effectiveness of their dissemination of its results, which have alerted the world to the unparalleled dangers of plutonium to human life and empowered many to resist the misinformation and the secrecy whereby the plutonium industry imposes these dangers on the public. So against this background, I may introduce Caitlin Stronell to you, who works as a researcher with the Citizens Nuclear Information Center. So Caitlin, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for that lovely introduction, Ellen. I thought I would talk a little bit about Takagi-san. He himself was actually a nuclear chemist who joined the Japanese nuclear industry right at the beginning when everyone thought it was going to be the savior of Japan and provide all the energy which Japan didn't have. And he was also thought it would be a great idea. He worked with a company affiliated with Toshiba, which is one of the major Japanese nuclear manufacturers. But he quickly became concerned about the dangers of radiation to the general public, and that scientists were not being honest to the public about these dangers. In his acceptance speech for the Right Livelihood Award, he said one of the most important responsibilities of scientists is to make clear what we know and what we do not know, and also to point out the uncertainties of the scientific and technological project in which we're involved. The more I was concerned, the more deeply I felt how uncertain is the scientific basis for the safety of the nuclear industry. And this marked a turning point of my life as a scientist. So he became completely disillusioned with the nuclear industry, realized how dangerous it was. And so he left the nuclear industry and founded Citizens Nuclear Information Center, which was over 40 years ago. And he served as the director until his death, which was 20 years ago this year. So I was trying to think what would be his urgent message to the world. And as you all know, Japan experienced the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster 9 years ago. And I think Takagi-san would be appalled that the Japanese government still has a policy of restarting its nuclear power plants. And the policy as it stands is to produce 20 to 22% of Japan's energy needs by nuclear power in 2030. I have to say this policy is not going very far, and of the 54 nuclear power plants that were operating in Japan before the Fukushima disaster, now there are only 9, and in fact just recently another one, a court injunction, so now there's only 8. So the policy itself is not very realistic to begin with, but it still stands. So I think Takagi-san would also be disgusted that instead of documenting the disaster and collecting scientific data to be shared with the public so that they can make informed decisions, the government is simply trying to pretend the whole thing never happened and attempting to convince Japan and the world that everything is fine by having such distractions as the Olympic Games and really not addressing any of the ongoing issues. Even though the disaster began 9 years ago, it's still very much ongoing and not in the least bit under control, which is the impression that the government is trying to give. I think Takagi-san would also be very unhappy that other countries in the world are actually thinking of starting a nuclear industry themselves. And I think this is happening particularly in the context of the climate change debate, where the nuclear industry, which is so desperate, it really sees the so-called climate crisis as its last hope. So nuclear industry builds itself as clean energy, such a lie I've never seen, but this is the message that it gives to the world, and I think especially because it is climate, while it's running, at least it's carbon-free, but the carbon that goes into the mining of uranium, that goes into the decommissioning, that goes into all of the processes in between definitely means that nuclear energy is not carbon-free. So I think that Takagi-san's message to us would be that nuclear power is never the answer, and we have to make sure that we're not fooled by the industry scientists. So our work at CNIC is basically to enable citizens to be able to understand the issues associated with nuclear power, which means making sure that the knowledge and the understanding is available for citizens to make their own decisions and to conduct their own science, which can counter the science of the industry and the government. I think, so apart from the technical support, which CNIC offers citizen scientists, what we also have to do, I think, is talk about the human stories, about the workers in nuclear plants who are daily subjected to doses of radiation, and about the people of Fukushima who lost their homes, which were sometimes, they were there for generations, so their entire homes and livelihoods were completely stolen from them. This is not like any other disaster where you can kind of rebuild afterwards. It's much, radiation doesn't really obey laws of space and time. It just goes on. So this is, I think another thing that we have to also convey is the human stories. So of course we will be continuing our work. Yeah, the message I think is that we have to empower people to be able to make their own decisions and not leave it to the so-called experts. And certainly I think that the network that Takagi-san belonged to and tried to make with the rest of the world is also something that we should be carrying on very strongly. Thank you.
So thank you very much for sharing your insights with us. The three of you mentioned a lot of different themes, so I can imagine that there are a number of questions coming up. And thank you very much for Ryoko Shimizu for coming up and sitting at our table to facilitate this discussion, because she will translate into Japanese and, of course, into English backwards. So with regards to this discussion, we thought we would like to ask you one question, because, I mean, the organizations have been existing for quite a long time now, so one might be tempted to dig in the past and in the history, but please, that's a request from the side of the Right Livelihood Award Foundation. Please look forward into the future and let's discuss how we can become active also. So the floor is open for the questions.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for this insights. And I was especially, because I'm coming from the anti-nuclear movement, moved by Kathleen, because I think you brought up a very important point, which I also want to discuss probably more, and we can do that more also in the Right Livelihood community, is that science is not neutral. And we had scientists who have, pushed politics into nuclear. And I'm a little bit afraid, because some of the Fridays for Future movement people also say that nuclear is a solution, and I'm very afraid of that. And I want to refer to one of our laureates, which is Hans-Peter Dürr, who was also a physicist, and who said that scientists need also a standing and a position. And sometimes I miss now that scientists take a position and stand up and say, this is not possible, as you said. And some of the scientists for consciousness in the 80s, 90s, and so on said. And I remember I belonged to the Social Democratic Party, that the only one who was against entering a nuclear adventure, so to say, in the German parliament was a nuclear physicist from my party who was against it, which is very amazing, because he was the one and not the others who were no scientists. So I think we have to build up also circles with scientists who want to take consciousness and want to stand, and not simply follow the idea that scientists always do the right thing. And I thank you for that, putting up this again. And the question is how much you cooperate also with Fridays for Future to talk about these things, so that it's not a solution, nuclear. And for MST, I have the question how the world can help you, because I think this is really a disaster what is happening in Brazil, and I'm really very, very puzzled by the development, because it's your development which is now happening in a lot of countries, and I think the world community has to do something, and I wish we could do and help something to do something against it. And I really would like to know what you recommend, what from outside is we can do so that it helps you and doesn't disturb you. Thank you very much.
Shall I take the other question?
Thank you for that, Monica. Yes, I'm also very concerned about as an organization, we're very concerned about this debate on science. And even in terms of radiation, people talk about safe levels, and we try to put it into understandable blocks. But what is safe for one person might not be safe for another. If you're a grandmother eating slightly radioactive food, it's quite different from a child eating it. So there really isn't hard and fast answers, and I think we expect science to give us hard and fast answers, and so we have to really realize that this is not true. For years we had scientists denying the climate crisis too, so it really, there's so much that the paid scientists, we have to, as citizens, we have to be empowered to make decisions ourselves. So one of our jobs is to present not neutral. It's not, science is not neutral, as you pointed out, but to try and present an alternative scientific to the science that's presented by industry. Regarding cooperation with Fridays for Future, actually, unfortunately, in Japan, it's not a major movement yet. This is very sad, because, in the rest of the world, there's massive youth movements that are marching for climate, to support climate justice. It's growing in Japan, but it's not anything like the climate issue hasn't really come to Japan in the same way it has in the rest of the world. It's never an election issue. It's not really taken up by the media. So in that sense, it's not, that is a problem. We need to actually make it more of an issue, but at the same time, we have to make sure that nuclear is not presented as a solution. I think in Japan, because of Fukushima, nobody's ever really, it's very hard to get up and say, except if you're the government, but it's very hard for anyone to really get up and seriously say that nuclear is a solution. So I think maybe, you know, the young people, even though Fukushima is now 9 years ago, I think there's still enough of a collective memory in the country to realize that that's not the case. I'm more concerned maybe in the rest of the world, and we should be getting the message of Fukushima out more to the rest of the world so people can realize that it's not as sexy as the industry says, and it's not the thing of the future, and, you know, all of the problems. So, you know, I think that's something that we need to work on as an organization.
Sobre a questão, então, sobre a questão ao MST, podemos dizer 3 grandes elementos, porque a gente poderia fazer uma lista de várias questões que vocês poderiam continuar ajudando a fortalecer essa organização no Brasil. Mas as 3 principais questões que quero apresentar em nome do MST aqui é, primeiro, nós precisamos fortalecer as organizações sociais existentes no Brasil e em qualquer lugar do mundo. Então, nosso principal anseio não deve ser o que construir de novo, é como fortalecer as redes, as organizações, o que já tem de iniciativas para a gente ampliar concretamente mudanças em qualquer lugar do mundo. Então, não é uma questão só para o Brasil ou para a América Latina, né? São questões que afetam a todos os povos do mundo. O segundo ponto é continuar fazendo denúncia. As denúncias visibilizam os fatos ocorridos. Então, como as mídias, os meios de comunicação, que é um tema também tão necessário que as organizações populares debatam, as grandes mídias não faz chegar a verdadeira versão da história. Então, as denúncias que nós possamos ir fazendo, né, junto a cada organização, a cada instituição, a cada organização não governamental, aonde estamos, na universidade, nos espaços que estamos, possamos denunciar os fatos ocorridos. Então, a denúncia como possibilidade de visibilizar, não deixar as coisas como se nada tivesse acontecendo. E o terceiro ponto, na questão ambiental, nós estamos, o MST, a partir do desastre na Amazônia, que é resultado, que é consequência de ações humanas anteriores, não foi agora apenas o acontecido, isso é consequência de um processo de décadas. O MST decidiu plantar árvores nas terras conquistadas, aonde está esse 1 milhão de pessoas. Nós temos uma meta de, nesta década, de 2020 a 2030, plantarmos 100 milhões de árvores. E queremos, e talvez essa seja a mensagem urgente para o mundo, vamos salvar o planeta Terra e a humanidade. A convocação é: vamos plantar árvores no mundo. Então, esta ação concreta, como é que cada um de nós, cada uma de nós, possamos ampliar, construir uma campanha global de plantio de árvores no mundo, para a gente salvar a própria humanidade. É essa a mensagem principal que gostaríamos de deixar. Obrigada.
So thank you very much. One thing to put on my personal to-do list, planting trees. So, are there any more questions? Yes, I can see 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes. 4. Oh, I'm sorry. I can see. Yes. 4.
Shall I start?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. So I have a question for Rosanna. About so she was saying that 1,200 people have been killed in the last 5 years. So I was wondering how these can actually get worse with Bolsonaro, and what Bolsonaro is doing to make this even worse. And then, well, another question was, she replied what we can do, but that's fine. So that's all.
Yes, I think so too.
Thank you very much. My question is to Kathleen. Thank you for raising the nuclear issue. One is a quick comment, is one of the laureates is Judge Christopher Veeramantri, who was a former vice president of the International Court of Justice. And according to him, the most significant international case that came before the World Court in 1996 was the question of illegality of nuclear weapons. And he wrote a very strong dissenting opinion in which he says, nuclear weapons are illegal under international law in all circumstances. I just wanted to underline that. And just, Kathleen, the question is now Fukushima. And with regard to the, the nuclear waste, as well as how the residue from the nuclear reactors are being deposited below Earth, and what is the situation at the moment, because this is not very well known, and what could we do to address this serious issue, because again, this is not our right today to deposit radioactive things under the earth that will affect countless future generations.
Mine is directly following up, is also to Kathleen. And similar to the ICJ, also the Human Rights Committee of the United Nations already in the 1980s said very clearly nuclear weapons are always a violation of the right to life. But what I wanted to tell is a personal story, because I'm coming from Austria. When I was a fairly young person, I was engaged in the anti-nuclear struggle in Austria. And it was totally surprising, because they had finished already the first nuclear power plant in Austria, and we managed somehow, Zwentendorf exactly, we managed with marching and petitioning that the chancellor at that time, who was a social democrat, actually said, okay, let's have a public referendum. He was clear that he would win the referendum. He was in favor. Of course, industry was in favor, etc. And for some kind of miraculous developments, we got 50.3% of the votes in favor of prohibiting not only the one nuclear power plant that was already established, and which is now a museum, but also to build new ones in the future. Of course, the nuclear power industry was trying everything to reverse this decision, but then came Chernobyl. And that was a mind changer. And since that time is silence. Austria is the first country that decided by a popular referendum that we will never enter into the nuclear power world. That was 1983, exactly. Or it was even earlier, 1978, I think it was. But why do I say that? Because when Fukushima happened, Angela Merkel, for instance, said, Germany will get out of it. So what is, and that today is forgotten already, I think what is important is that immediately after such an event, in Japan, in Germany, and other people should actually try to get a popular referendum. That's the time when people are afraid. And that's when the majority of the people in most states would actually vote against. And that is very, very difficult to change afterwards. And that would be a good strategy to getting out of this stupidity.
Right, could you please pass on the mic there?
Thank you very much for your sharing. So I have this question. So we were talking about the problem of nuclear power and also about the problem of like deforestation in Brazil. But the point is that why do Japan need to develop nuclear power? And why do Brazil need to, like they think that they have to clear the forest for like monoculture and also for cattle ranching. So because if the country still pursue economic growth, so they will have to raise the like energy demand. So in Japan, nuclear power is like very stable compared to renewable energy. Is quite there's a lot of intermittency. So if you want to use renewable energy, either you have to use the battery system, or you have to use this along with some kind of like baseline, like the backup energy, such as like fossil fuel or nuclear. So how can Japan's like what is the future power in Japan if they don't use nuclear? And also, as long as they want to pursue economic growth, so in every country they need to keep like opening up new power plants and clear more forests, because Brazil is on a very big exporter of animals, like food for animal agriculture and also for beef and chicken. So in Vietnam, we also import some food from Brazil. So if they pursue economic growth, they will just keep clear more forests. So I want to know your opinions about that, because if we just address one very particular thing, but the systems stay the same, so it's like very struggling. Yeah, thank you.
I know that there was a question there. Do you think it fits within the context? Yeah? Okay.
I just like to call attention to the topic of education for right livelihood. That I think if we can explain this. In Thailand, education means training of the mind for the right livelihood. So I would like to ask in the group here that whether religions or spiritual training can come to save the world. In Buddhism, we said, we be mercy. In Christian, we said, love your neighbor as yourself. In Islam, we said, peace is the best thing. But we heard a lot in Brazil that so many people, million people have been killed. Many animals have been killed. And many forests have been deforested. So my topic is that how would the calling for spiritual enlightenment by religious can be a salvation? Thank you.
So we have some five minutes left for
Okay, we have 5 minutes left and there's all these questions, but I think I'll address a question about systems. This is something that is absolutely true, and there's no point in replacing nuclear energy, which is a so-called baseload energy, which is a centralized energy, with something else that's central. I think everything needs to be decentralized, and I think that Sekat's Club, their initiative in making people-owned energy, decentralized energy, is something that is a very positive side. We're very no nukes, we're a kind of negative thing, but the positive side, there are many renewable energy technologies which are becoming much more available in Japan and indeed the world. And indeed the cost, if you look at building a nuclear power plant, it's really expensive. Like even if you're a business person these days, you don't want to build one. So I think, yeah, so, no, it's completely, like many of the requests for us now are from business people saying, how do we, because nuclear power just really isn't even a business thing. So getting back to the system, we really do need to change the basics, and it needs to be much more, I think, decentralized. The idea of baseload power is something that is very much industry inspired. If we ask ourselves, how do we actually want to live? And do we want to leave 24,000 years worth of poison to our children, as Nisham pointed out? The waste problem is insurmountable. It can't be, it's always just been put on the back burner. Oh, we'll deal with that later. We're really smart scientists. We'll think of something. Well, it's been 60 years and nothing has been thought of. So I think, you know, time's up. And we really need to agree that this is a failed technology. And the waste issue is a disaster. I don't have any answers. Some people say that we shouldn't be burying it. We should be keeping it above ground in dry casks where we can keep an eye on it. But who's going to keep an eye on it for 24,000 years? You know, it's like, who can take responsibility for that? So which communities do we dump it on? We need to have some sort of a, it needs to go somewhere, but the way we negotiate with communities, the way we do this, there are no answers, and we have to all work them out. And it's going to be really hard, and I'm running out of time, so I'm going to pass on the mic.
Sobre a questão do governo Bolsonaro no Brasil, o número de assassinatos, não tem como a gente prever hoje. O que tem como a gente imaginar é que a tendência é de piorar, por conta de toda a política de retirada de direito dos trabalhadores que o governo propôs durante a campanha eleitoral e o que já tem feito em um ano de governo. Então, o elemento assassinato de trabalhadores, de indígenas, com certeza está dentro desse quadro aí de repressão, de criminalização ao povo trabalhador brasileiro. E um exemplo disso é um aumento do índice de assassinato de jovens pobres das favelas e negros no Brasil. Aumentou significativamente esse último ano, o primeiro ano do governo Bolsonaro. Além de uma forte incentivos, vamos dizer assim, por parte do governo, através da criação de um Ministério da Família, um ministério que não existia, nunca existiu no Brasil, que prega a moral, que não respeita a organização familiar e que incentiva a violência contra as mulheres, que incentiva a homofobia, que incentiva o racismo, que incentiva a discriminação pela religião. Então, tudo isso são causas, né, de violência e que tem gerado perda de vidas humanas dos trabalhadores. Então, para o MST, a ameaça do governo Bolsonaro, ela pode se materializar através de assassinatos, mas também através de prisões e uma provocação à extinção das organizações populares e, entre elas, do próprio MST. Sobre a questão ambiental, que foi perguntado, por que o Brasil precisa ampliar a monocultura? O Brasil não precisa ampliar a monocultura. Este é um projeto do capital, que está representado no Brasil pelo agronegócio. E o agronegócio, então, quer investir na monocultura para ter mais lucros e sem produzir comida para o povo. O que se produz é para exportação. Não importa qual país importa, né, faz importação de matéria-prima do Brasil produzido na monocultura. E aqui, nessa produção da monocultura, um grande aumento do consumo de agrotóxico. O Brasil é um dos principais consumidores de agrotóxico do mundo. Um levantamento, uma pesquisa feita, afirma que cada brasileiro, de 205 milhões de habitantes que somos no Brasil, cada um consome, em média, por ano, 7 litros de agrotóxico. Esta quantidade de agrotóxico está no solo brasileiro, está na água doce que o Brasil tem como principal fonte de água doce do mundo. Então, há também aí um grande incentivo do governo federal hoje da abertura para consumo de agrotóxico. Em um ano do governo Bolsonaro, foram permitidos entrar no Brasil quase 300 tipos de agrotóxico. Agrotóxicos proibidos já em outros tempos, em outros países, estão sendo permitidos. Então, aqui, para finalizar, não há necessidade. O que há necessidade no Brasil é de uma política de reforma agrária, de produção de alimentos, de uma diversidade da agricultura camponesa, baseado na agroecologia, que garante comida para o povo, e comida saudável, comida de verdade. Obrigada.
Thank you very much. I'm quite sure that there would be so much more to discuss, but unfortunately our time is up, so it is time to say thank you very much for sharing your insights and your expertise with us, and also thank you very much for the audience too, for making this such an interactive and vivid session for all of us. Well, I'm handing over the phone and the word to the next session then. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellen, and thank you all for the last session, everyone in board. It took time a lot, right? But it's a valuable dialogue among us. And are you guys need energizing? Or are you still alive? It's okay to continue? It's okay? It's a little bit low, the sound. It's okay? Okay, good. Now it's time for another panel called Education for Right Livelihood, Connecting Activism and Academia with Future Generations in Mind. I would like to invite Wallaber Van Willensworth from School for Wellbeing to moderate the panel. And may I request Wallaber to introduce our panelists, invite them to the stage, and please facilitate the process until question and answer section. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, the MC. May I ask all the speakers to be on the stage? Please, our 6 panelists. May I ask? Yeah, we are the last session of the one before last, because we will still have a youth statement. But as we are here, the speaker here, the 6 panelists. But before we start, we want to do 2 things. And this panel is quite congested because we have 6 speakers and we have 45 minutes. I'm sorry that the bad news is that our speakers will have only 3 minutes with the 2 questions, and then we will have the last 15 minutes, I hope, for the interaction, so if you won't mind. But before that, I would like to call Hans van Verenswaard to explain the music that we have really appreciate this afternoon. What it's all about, who they are, all these youth. Please, Hans.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to take a little bit time, but fortunately, Monica already thanked the music group who started this afternoon, but I just would like to explain that they are the students of the local, here in Bangkok, the local Waldorf school, and it was, in my feeling, very moving to see them work together, also in different age groups. And we know the school from a very small beginning, and every time as we have an event, they will contribute. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of Dr. Porn and his wife Jan Pen, who are the founders of this school, that they find it important to contribute to our movement. And the Waldorf School is also linked to Sekem. There's also a Waldorf School in Sekem. So then you understand a little bit how things are interconnected.
Okay, thank you, Hans. We have a young people from Waldorf School. So the second one, point is that Nation want to address something. Please, Nation.
Thank you very much, Valapa. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention, it's a great honor to be here again, but I think it's our duty to respect all the laureates who are no longer with us and unable to be here for various reasons, but fighting for our humanity and for the planet. So if you could either stand with me or be seated as you are comfortable and maintain 30 seconds of respect, it'll be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you, Nation. So may I ask the speaker here what you mean by education for right livelihood and the connecting activism and academia, how it make it happen, particularly from the perspective of young people, these 2 questions. And again, we would like to start with young people from Nation who represent the Judge Vilamonti, who have received his Right Livelihood Award in 2007. Nation, please, 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Valapa. Definitely, we'll stick to the 3 minutes. Greatly honored to be here, ladies and gentlemen. I was part of the center set up by Judge Viramantri in Sri Lanka back in year 2001 and had the great honor of working with him for a short period of time in his life and a long period of time in my life, which has been most inspirational. To address this question, I would like to invoke words of Judge Viramantri, who said in many of his lectures to draw the attention of our work to the urgency of action. He said, I quote, that the last century was a century of lost opportunity for us to regain our humanity. It was a century of 2 world wars, nuclear bombs, Agent Oranges that was used in Vietnam, and so forth. It's 75 years to Hiroshima, Nagasaki bombing this year, and almost 60 years plus for what happened in Vietnam. But he said, that the next century is the century of last opportunity for us to put the human home into order. I think that's what I would like to start with for education, for right livelihood, because we heard earlier from Ajahn Sulak about ethical living. He epitomizes the living your life in an ethical way. And I believe that is highlighted by the life and work and times of all the laureates. And in 2008, we started a program called Training for Trusteeship, which is supported by the Right Livelihood Award. It had a number of tools for education that I would just like to highlight. One was intergenerational dialogue. Another was cross-cultural understanding. And the third was looking at interdisciplinary approaches for education and earth trusteeship. Now this earth trusteeship, I was asked by our colleagues from Saikatsu, what does it really mean, trusteeship, when we tell to other people? I would like to bring a story from the Dharmapada, the Buddhist scripture, where trusteeship is our duties to each other. And it is highlighted by this story from the Dharmapada. Trusteeship is how the bee extracts or takes the honey from the flower without harming the flower at all. So humans should also live their lives in that way. We need to train ourselves and the next generation along with us to be on the planet as trustees. Final point, Walapa, is that I believe the laureates bring great wisdom, their work and life. So we need to synergize the work of the laureates, look at the wonderful practices of the younger generations here, because they are active and they will join with the forces. It's not that the young generation only has energy, they also have wisdom, and we've seen this in the last couple of days. And we need to harness that, combine it. And I would like to say we need to create an educational movement that would lead us to what I would like to call a global right livelihood consciousness, which is shared amongst all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nation. Next one, next speaker, we have very, very fortunate that Mona Lensen Abulaj from the education unit of Sikkim community, and your father, Ibrahim Abulaj, have received the Right Livelihood Award in 2003. What is the education of right livelihood?
So I like to stand up after this long day. Yes. Well, I want, of course, to speak in the name of my father, who founded Sikkim, and for him, it was the most important thing was to look at human being as a holistic being. So for him, it was so important, him as a scientist, to be also an artist. And as a scientist and artist, to be also someone who is working with his hands. So for him, education was learning through doing, and doing while learning. So connecting all parts of human being. This was his aim, and this was, or is, how we do it until now in Sikkim. So we have kindergarten, we have a school, we have a university, but we really want everyone who participates in to participate as a whole human being. And he himself, I think, was a very strong symbol for it, because he worked as a farmer and he worked as a scientist and he worked as an artist, and this is how we cultivate it until today. So art is present every day in Sikkim. We start with it in the morning and we end with it during the day. Art, part of education, serving education, and connecting with the spiritual world. Because if we are not connected with the spiritual world, then I think a lot of things happen as we heard during the whole day. Is when you get separated and you are not connected with your feelings, then you can do things just out of your mind or just out of feelings, not being connected with the spiritual world. So I think 3 minutes are past.
I see. Can I conclude that it's a kind of education that help people have art of living? Art of living.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes. Now we still at this side, at the right hand side, not yet at the left hand side. So we have Fiore Longo from the Survival International, who received the Livelihood Award in 1989. So what is the education of livelihood?
Thank you. So first of all, I want to say that it's an honor being here. I wasn't born when the Right Livelihood Award was created, and I was only 3 years old when Survival got the prize. So it's incredible for me to be here representing Survival International. What is education for us? First of all, we are a global movement. Survival considers itself not an organization, but a movement. And our goal is to change radically the public opinion, the idea that people, normal people, have about tribal communities. And we think that this is the only way to guarantee tribal or indigenous communities a future. And why? Because the main threat they are facing is racism. It's in the name of our superiority as industrialized society that we steal their land and exploit them and steal their resource. So education has a central role in this because we have to educate ourselves. It's not about educating indigenous communities, it's all the opposite. It's about learning from indigenous community how we have to live. It's about pushing the diversity into the debate because we think that the people who live the most different for us are the ones who have the best answers about how to live at all. And in connection with what also, so we need education, we need also institutional education, we need professors that teach this, that teach and explain to Western societies how their things are done in other places, in other way of life. I think that on the other side, academy and education has a lot to learn from activism, and there is something that activists can give to education and can give to academy is their feelings, is anger. We feel angry when we go to visit tribal communities and we learn the violence they are facing, when they get killed, when the people we know and we eat with are being tortured and abused. And I think that this passion, this anger, these emotions is something that the academy and academia can learn from us and can learn from in general from activism. And sometimes, so when I go to visit tribal communities, the thing that always shocked me is when they say, your fight in your country actually strengthens us. And I think that this is a lesson from all of us. We are not fighting for indigenous people only. We are fighting for us. We are fighting for the world because they are the best guardians of the natural world. They represent the diversity. So it's a fight for all of us. And I just want to close with a quote from an indigenous person in Brazil, because our role as an organization is not represent tribal people, but give them a platform to speak to the world. And because I couldn't bring one with me, I will read the quote. We want our anger at this serious insult to our constitutional rights to be heard nationally and all over the world. In the name of progress, the government of Brazil kills river, forest, and human beings. We will continue to resist and fight to construct a new system of indigenous politics, which is democratic and in line with our aspirations.
Very good. Okay. So, I like what you said, that we are not fight only for indigenous, but we fight for all of us here. Since we have from the activists, so-called Fiore Sihoro as an activist, maybe we come to the Professor Dr. Raul Montenegro from the university and from the FUNAM as a grassroots movement. What do you think about education, Raul?
Hello, it's open. Considering education, I think the first idea I have in mind is that universities are not in the top and people is not in the bottom. I think this is the first feeling. The second one is that we have been trying during years to promote the entering of popular knowledge, indigenous knowledge within universities, but at the same time to move universities from the ivory castles to the ground. And I think that this issue is absolutely important because universities are, during all the time of universities, main sources of our main problems. Thus, it's time that universities contribute also to solve the situation that have been created by the knowledge created in universities. In this way, I think that two important issues need to be considered. One is how to fight. And we need to fight not solely in isolated way, but with people. And the poet Atahualpa Yupanqui of my country, he wrote that a small drop of water, even being small, with other drops of water, make a strong rain. And this is the way to make strong, furious rains for fighting against bad corporation, bad governments, and also the big mafias of the side of the government and of the side of the corporation. But particularly, I think that one of the most beautiful definitions and recipes for fighting, because for us, fighting and how to be protected when fighting need to be part of our system of formal and non-formal education, because it's the way for being protected by ourselves, particularly in these heavy times that we are facing. Sandro Pertini told that sometimes we need to fight not solely without fear, but also without hope. And this is the secret for being the winners of more people having in front of them these stupid and giants, people like Obama or Bolsonaro. Thanks.
Yeah. I forgot to mention that Lau have received his Right Livelihood Award in 2004. And another laureate next to Lau is the Nimo Bassi, who also received the Right Livelihood Award in 2010. And he now have a Health of Mother Earth. So Nimo, can you give the perspective how young people pursue the education of right livelihood?
Thank you so much, Walapa, and good evening, everybody. Good evening. Thank you very much. Now, I think young people have to particularly be attentive to the fact that education must connect the head to the heart. So don't just pack facts into your head, but digest what those facts mean. That is how to get wisdom, and that we need wisdom for living in the future we're going into. I've learned a lot from young people in this conference since yesterday. One of the things I learned was that we have a duty to make our disagreements much more intelligible. In other words, we don't have to fight because we disagree. We have to be able to capture points of disagreement in a way that we can take action from those points. And that is why on the streets while we protest and march, we have to make sense of what we are marching for, make sense of what we are fighting, and make so much sense that those who are fighting against will have no arguments against what we're saying. And this intersection between academia and activism, learning, fighting, and acting at the same time. One other thing I want to actually say to the youths also is that we've got our lives disrupted in so many ways. Now it's time for us to begin to disrupt the system. That's really funny. Our lives have been disrupted, so let's disrupt the system to be able to restore our lives to a level that our lives will make sense. And I learned something from an Aboriginal leader in Australia who led a lot of campaigns against the government at the Aboriginal embassy, at the parliament in Canberra. And he said that there can be no justice without reconciliation. And you know, the disruption in the world today is caused by injustices, inequalities. And for us to build justice in the world, we have to be reconciled to ourselves, reconciled to fellow humans, reconciled to all beings, reconciled to Mother Earth. This reconciliation is essential before we can achieve justice. So there can be no justice without reconciliation. And I want to end quickly by telling you a story from one famous Nigerian writer, and it's about this issue of being true to ourselves. And this is the point I want to make to young people and to old people. We have to learn to be true to ourselves. Now, this guy, this man called Amos Tutuola is late now. He wrote books in rotten English, but I really love it because, I mean, they call it rotten English because he didn't write it in the Queen's English. And he wrote a story about a perfect gentleman who was so beloved by ladies, and one lady got to marry him. And then when he was taking this lady home, this gentleman was actually a ghost. He wasn't a human being, because everything was so perfect about him. He had the best clothes, the best features, all the things that people look for in handsome men was in that man. So beware of ghosts. Now, as they were going on the way to the forest, the gentleman began to give back the parts of his body that he had borrowed on the way to meet the lady. So he returned his hands to where he borrowed the hands, returned his legs where he borrowed the legs, returned his body, and at the end it was just his skull that was remaining. And the lady said, I got to go back. He said, no, it's too late to go back. But the gist of this story is not that it was just the head remaining, but the fact that if we are true to ourselves, we would not enter into the pit of deception. And so let's all be true. If you're only the head, let only your head be seen. If you only have hands, let your hand be seen. Together we can make sense of the universe and live a good life. I think this is what young people should keep in mind when educating themselves for activism.
I'm not quite sure that I understand the story of Nemo, but maybe we'll ask him later. But okay, that is good to have the story. But I like that we have to learning, fighting, and at the same time to reconcile. Yeah, we have the last speaker, one the new partner of the Right Livelihood Foundation, the Global Compass of Human Rights. We have Professor Dr. Manfred Nowak. Yes, please tell us, what do you think about education of right livelihood? Yeah.
Thank you very much. You see, I'm not a laureate. I'm just a simple professor. I'm sitting among those giants here next to me, talking about how education, academia and activism is related. You have your laureates as your ambassadors. They are the one who, and we have heard some very powerful speeches the last days, in particular also this morning, still to spread the message of the right livelihood around the world. And you have the Right Livelihood College as the academic support that links activism and academia. We, as the Global Campus of Human Rights, are proud about our ambassadors, which are our about 4,000 graduates from the 7 master programs in human rights and democracy in all world regions. And they are the ones whom we try to educate by transferring knowledge, skills, and attitude of human rights. We try, Colin, what you are expecting from human rights defenders. We certainly fail. We will not create these perfect human beings that you have in mind, but we do our best to have people who are our ambassadors who spread the message of human rights, which I still consider, although it is under attack, as the only universally recognized value system of our time, to spread the message of human rights to all corners of the world. They are working as activists, they are working as human rights defenders in non-governmental organizations, in intergovernmental organizations, on the street, in mass movements, etc., to do what they should do, and that is to make the world a better place, a place that is based on human rights. And I would say that education for human rights is education for right livelihood. It's the same thing. It is how to educate people to live a life in accordance with the values of the right livelihood. The second point that I would like to make is, and Vandana reminded us, that we are entering the last decade, a decade of a window of opportunity. If we miss that, then it will be too late. So time is running out. Academia, science, has told us for decades that our economy is simply going the wrong way since we introduced these neoliberal economic systems in the 1970s. We are simply going in the wrong way, and Mother Earth will not be able to handle that. It was falling on deaf ears, whether it's in politics, whether it's in the CEOs of transnational corporations, whether it's also with the population that actually elect those people who deny climate change, who spread fake news, who are happy about new authoritarianism even in long-lasting democracies, and who are responsible for the turbo-capitalism that we are in. So it's really very, very late. And what we need is no longer simply to rely on the research, the science, rationality. No, we have to, and I think Colin reminded us, we have to get engaged in mass movements. And I'm very happy that the Fridays for Future strikes is a mass movement, and that the young lady who was at the heart of it, at the beginning of it, is the youngest Right Livelihood Laureate. And that's the people whom we have to support as academics in order that they are changing the world with activism. We can only provide some kind of basic background, what needs to be done, but they are the ones who have to do it. Thank you.
So now time is not our enemy anymore, but time is our friends. Sorry that I'm blushing, that every speaker have a few minutes to say about their notion about education, that it should be. Now maybe we have fairly atmosphere that time is our friends, as Vandana Shiva said. So any interaction, any question that we would like to share. But we can see that our speaker share the similarity, the common ground, that education is about our wisdom, our mindset, our attitude, and the skill or any kind of professional career path is even the secondary, but we set our head, heart, hand in a harmony way that is quite in common. But any particular that you want to see that the education of right livelihood, it should be, yeah, we have two hands from at the back and the Monica. Yeah, please, the microphone. Can we, yes, Monica. But we Monica first and then, yeah.
Yeah, it just came to my mind, as we learned also a lot from the young people. Probably we should skip the idea of education and simply talk about skill sharing or knowledge sharing, because we learn from each other. And it reminds me of one young guy who was at school with my daughter, who was really terrible in class. It was horrible with him. But because they were on the Waldorf school, they found his talents. And he is now a very knowledgeable chef. You know, he is a good cook, and he learned really what he wanted to do. And now he's a great guy. So you have to find and exchange your knowledges and your skills, and that's probably what we have to do, not to talk about education, but skill sharing or something like that.
So, Kun China, very brief.
I just like to say that I admire the knowledge from the Nile River civilization from Egypt, that she had told us that the people have to be holistic. Holistic means to be holy. And I just like to call attention to a book about the whole brain development by Roger Sperry, that art and science had to work together to be a complete human. And this is kind of how Tony Buzan has published a book. Education has to be balanced between science and art. Without, imbalance of this can go crazy. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I would like to add that before we go to the speaker, in order to have more remarks, I think that one thing that the education of right livelihood or for right livelihood is that we learn from our laureates how they really have a courageous, though in the midst of challenges and risks, they dare to do things. And I think that how we really harvest from our laureates, the 170 laureates around the globe in the circumstance that threaten their life, and they also have a courage to do things differently. And I think that is one element that the education of the right livelihood, and that particularly to associate with academia in order to have a certain message, as you said, become a messenger to really help influence the established education system, and that how that proportion can be worked out. I think that is one element. So if it not, maybe we have time for second round. Maybe we start with second.
So now we have a little bit more time, so I can share something with you, that in our university we have 5 faculties, and we have something called a core program. And this core program is all about art, humanities, and language. And our students are kind of forced to participate in this core program. So the core program is mandatory. And every semester, they have to choose an art. And every semester, they have to continue learning a language, which is English or German. And we send them while having nutrition at the farm. And they have, with their hands, to connect with the earth. And then I think things would run different if everybody would connect with the earth again. So if we have pharmacists or physical therapists or engineering or businessmen or agriculture, they have to participate in this core program to be educated as a holistic person.
They have to, and that's I think that the Sikkim have been proved already in this curriculum that will be good for the student, for the young people. But in case Monica raised the point that her children can choose what they want to do, and they will have a kind of education for right livelihood that the teacher and the student can really co-design the curriculum or the content in your context. Do they have a kind of a possibility that the student can do that? Yes, please.
No, I certainly agree that we have to fundamentally change most of the educational systems that there are. And it must be a much more mutual learning from each other, intergenerational learning, etc. But still I wouldn't agree with your basic provocative attitude of saying we should just skip the idea of education and just having skill sharing. Education is much more than skills. Skills are important, are one part. But there is also knowledge on the one hand, and in a time of fake news, etc., it is very, very important that there is some knowledge that is also transferred. But the third in this triangle is what I call attitude, others call wisdom. It is, and that is part of the right livelihood learning also, that people who are educated and should be educated also in a certain attitude, how they behave as human beings, and how they are then transferring the knowledge and the skills that they got to others in a respectful way, in a human rights compliant manner. Sorry? No.
I think that it's important, as we are stating in the appeal that we signed, all the laureates here, is that normally we are thinking in education linked with formal and non-formal education. And also we include in this the transmittal of indigenous knowledge within their communities. But we think that besides formal, non-formal, these traditional ways of transmittal in indigenous people, we are facing also open education. It's all the contents in internet, all the information moving in social networks. And even if we can revise it, we need to revise it, the definition of education. Today, education is everything. Because what means education? It's trying to influence human behaviors. And what is influencing human behaviors? Everything. Thus, for us, education is everything, and we need to take care that in the future times, this presence of the open education will be bigger, because most of the people in this planet never enter in the system of formal and non-formal education, and they solely enter in the network of internet and social networks. This is only to take care that education really is everything.
Thank you. It's very inspiring to be part of this. I want to relate to what you, Raul, said, that fighting should become part of formal and informal education, and also what you, Theo, highlighted around passion and anger, that this should inform the way we do academia and education. And I can relate a lot to that, but in the role of a facilitator, or let's say educator, I often experience the challenge of how do I do that? How do I teach that or share this knowledge without imposing my political view or opinion? I felt a certain responsibility not to become like a missionary in that moment, but just considering this an important part of, well, democratic skills, or trainings for civil disobedience and things like that. So maybe you can share examples or insights how to deal with this tension.
Alexander, your point is that, can you make the audio?
Sorry.
Can you brief your point?
My question.
Yeah.
How to deal with the tension of fighting as a part of education and teaching others how to deal with it, and on the other hand, not trying to impose my political views on the people that I'm sharing the knowledge with.
Shall we ask this question for all? Because I have from Fiore, when you said about the emotion, passion with the academia, in order that they feel it. So that point also very, very important. I don't know, the fighting and imposing, that kind of thing. But we will go, that's for the question over there before we come back to Fiore. Can we have a microphone to collect the remarks first? Yeah, please. Yeah, and yes.
There is one issue that struck me during these days and during the panel discussion, that we always talk about how to be inclusive and how to bring education into a group dynamic and be inclusive. But I was also wondering, what of those young people or children who struggle with a group dynamic, the introverts, and I always think that the rights of the introvert is so often also overlooked, who do not want to work in a group, who don't want to work in a community, who need to have that solitary experience of learning. I was just wondering what people's thoughts on that are.
Okay, very good point, the group dynamic and young people. So Vandana have her remarks. May have a microphone. Can you give the microphone to Vandana?
Just some reflections on the interaction that's taking place. The first is, when we talk about changing education, it's already changing. It's being dismantled. So I think we need to find ways in which, while we create new systems of learning and education for right livelihood, we also defend public education. While changing the educational institutions to reflect more what is needed by society, because I think privatization of education is bringing more young people on the streets than any other issue. Every country. And this could be a role that the Right Livelihood could play, a little monograph on education for the future, combining both the resistance against privatization as well as the positive alternatives of so many of the laureates doing things differently. The second point I wanted to make is, and this is related to Alexander's question, I think what basically the industrial age and the fossil age gave us is this idea of separate essential objects, including other people. So when you relate to other people as if they're an object, you get into the guilt trip, oh, I'm imposing my political opinion. But when you realize you are in dialogue, all of your intelligences are at work to understand the other person too. And so I think for the future, a central issue, whether it's respect for the rights of Mother Earth or for respect of people and their subjecthood and their agency and their ability to know, is self-organization. Gandhi called it Swaraj. For us, the struggle of the seed is the self-organization of the seed. That's where we tell Monsanto, no, you don't invent it, it's not a machine. It's not an object. It's an embodiment of evolution. And I think the core of alternative education is recognizing that every person is a knowing subject. Different ways of knowing, including the introvert, and respecting all of that individuality, which would then solve the problem of us bringing cooking up to the top and the unemployed MBA as the unemployed MBA of the future.
Okay. Now we ask the last round for each speaker. Please, maybe we start from Raul because you want to interact with Alexander.
I think that most our current systems of education, formal particularly, are all them colonized by most of our worst techniques of destruction of people and environment. Thus, we need to take care that our current systems, our current programs in our faculties, universities, are pushing and improving the current system of destruction. When we said that how to fight and how to be protected when fighting, we can do this without introducing particular ideologies of people that teach this, because you are providing skills, tools, and particularly within this big group of laureates, there is lots of skill, tool, recommendation, techniques for fighting, for obtaining change, and you don't need necessarily to connect all these things with a particular ideology. But I think that why we don't see that our current systems of education, formal, taking account that everything is education, but why our formal system education, and particularly in the system of education within dictatorships and authoritarian democratic people, why they try to include in the system of education different ways to reduce participation, to reduce linkages between people, and particularly to reduce resistances. Words as resistance, participation are excluded. I think that we need to redefine this and to introduce in our systems of formal education, independently of the remaining parts of this system, how to fight and how to be protected when fighting, because in our region, in Latin America, this is the solely way that we have for obtaining changes. Now, in this same moment in Chile, after years of governments that have been pushing people to the poverty, people are in the streets, but they don't have been educated for fighting and for being protected when fighting. A lot of people is dying, is injured, and I am totally convinced that if we also teach how to fight and how to be protected when fighting, we can have more efficient ways of fighting, because fighting is not a bad word. It's not, it's not a crime. It's as necessary, particularly I'm talking in a region, as necessary as brief. As brief. Because if not, we will have years of Bolsonaros, we will have years of Trumps, not Obama, but it's the same at the end of the day. I don't know if this explains that we are not really, we don't worry about different ideologies. In fact, everything is ideology also, but we can teach this and without any kind of linkages with the particular vision or political vision of the teacher.
Very quickly, I believe that lecturers, teachers, professors should be more of coaches, helping the youth to paint a big picture of the future that they want to build. And then my advice for young people or people who are learning is that when you're going through school, never allow your schooling to negatively impact your learning.
Yeah, I would fully agree. The best teacher doesn't teach. He or she should facilitate that students can learn by themselves, empower them to learn, whether it's by whatever, moot courts or role plays or whatever else, to learn themselves, solitary experience of solitary learning. And that also takes away the risk that you are indoctrinating your own political or whatever other ideas. The second point to Vandana, I couldn't agree more. I have, one of my last books is exactly on the limits of privatization, global capitalism and human rights. And education is one, health is the other one, social security the third, etc. And human rights means that there are rights of individuals, but at the same time obligation of states. So we need states in order to provide public education. And privatization is undermining the social fabric of societies. It's creating more and more unequal societies, and it's destroying the public education system. We have to come back. It's one of the most vital obligations of states to provide free and compulsory primary, secondary, and also higher education.
Okay. So I totally agree what you said. So I think it's a question of trust. So students are not a white page, and we have to fill it as teachers. But they bring their own wisdom with them, and we have to coach them or give them the right surrounding. They can grow, and they can grow with their critical thinking. And I think it's all about this, but not teaching them. Yes.
Yeah, actually, I was not suggesting to teaching them to get the kids to get angry, even if that sounds fun. I think that we should teach them empathy, to be empathic, and then they will get angry all by themselves without us imposing anything. And the way to do that, I think, it's introducing diversity in our education, so decolonizing the education, teaching our future generations to be humble. We are not the center of the world. We didn't invite anything. We are, as human beings, every other human being in the world. And I think this is very important. And this is something I learned from tribal communities, indigenous communities. When I go to the forest, I used to bring with me my phone with videos of all other tribes around the world. And I always shocked when I showed, for example, to Abaka that live in the Congo Basin. There are pygmies, hunter-gatherers. And I showed them a video of, I don't know, a tribal person in India saying how they have been evicted from their land and how they lost everything. And the Baka always get angry. They always say, this is impossible, how this is happening. And they don't have any idea where India is. They don't have any idea what a tribal person is in India, but they can feel that what is going on there is an injustice. And that is because they are empathic. So that, I think that is what we should be teaching for the future generation, be a little bit more empathic.
Quick couple of points. Couldn't agree with you, Mona. Trust is, I think, heart of everything. We are possibly the first generation that has access to all the wisdom in the world. And I'm not talking about the internet. right? I'm not talking about the internet. But the question is, what are we doing with that? I agree with Raul and Nimo and Dr. Vandana what was said, but I think we should also look at skills of peaceful resolution of conflict and conflict transformation. I'm not talking about compromises. We need the fighting, but we also need to have the skills to transform conflict. And the wonderful thing about the laureates, whether it's Sekem, Dr. Vandana Shiva, or Raul, is that they have been able to fight now to avoid future conflicts, which is going to be far, far worse than today. And here I want to raise something about the inclusivity. We have Bibi going around doing this wonderful art description, capturing what we've been discussing in portrait format. We have, don't think we have presence here today, but we have people who can't hear, so they use sign language. These are all inclusivity aspects that we need to really look into to ensure that. And the last point is something that young leader from Vietnam, Z, you mentioned. We are in a period of lot of information, less knowledge, and less wisdom. So we need to access right knowledge, you said. I think we need to find how we can access that right knowledge so that the wisdom we have already get transmitted to the generations who are not yet here.
Can I conclude that the education for right livelihood is about the young people? They will build their future that they want to build, the future that they want to build from the skill, from the knowledge, from the wisdom, and they will self-organize themselves how they want to see their future. So we thank you for all speakers here. And we
Thank you. Warm thank you to our moderator and the panelists. Okay, and now we have reached the closure of this program. Okay, you can hear. Okay, now we have reached the closure of this program, and let's invite Nimo Basi 2010 Right Livelihood Laureate to give us the closure remarks. Please welcome again.
Thank you very much. You're going to permit me, I'm not going to make a speech. I'm not making closing remarks. I'm not doing what you expect I'm going to do. We are going to read a poem together. Is that okay? Can we do a poem together? All right, so it's a poem I wrote in 2010 in Cochabamba, Bolivia, during the People's Summit on Human Rights and the rights of Mother Earth. Now, I'm going to request you, please look this way for a moment. I want to see your eyes and your faces. Now, I'm going to request that when you will say the chorus, I will not dance to your beat. You see the one-liners? Then I'll say the rest, and then you just keep on repeating that. Is that okay? Can we try it? I will not dance to your beat. I will not dance to your beat. I will not dance to your beat if you build walls to hide my face and demolish my home. I will not stay silent if you disenfranchise me and deny my roots. I will not dance to your beat if you call plantations forests. I will not sing with you if you privatize my water. I will confront you with my fist if climate change means death to me but business to you. I will expose your evil greed. I will expose your evil greed if you don't leave crude oil in the soil coal in the hole and tar sands in the land. I will confront you and denounce you if you insist on carbon offsetting and other do-nothing false solutions. I will stand against you if you remain a climate outlaw and push forest communities away from their land. I will drag you to the International Criminal Court if you commit ecocide on the altar of profit and care nothing about the earth, humans, and other beings. I will make you drink your own medicine if you fight against Mother Earth and set mirrors in the sky to mask the sun. I will not dance to your beat unless we walk the sustainable path and accept real solutions and respect Mother Earth. Unless you do, I will not, and we will not dance to your beat. Thank you for that extra one.
Thank you so much, Nimon. Next, let's meet a person who is fighting climate change in Thailand. She is 12 years old, and she's part of Fridays for Future. Please welcome Lily Sati Thanasan.
Hi everybody, and thank you for coming here today. My name is Lily, and I'm a 12-year-old environmental activist. And I've been working on my projects for the last 4 years. And during that time, I've been talking to adults and trying to make change. As we all know, there are multiple environmental issues that we are facing right now, and they're only going to get worse. As I've been taught in school, if there's a problem, we need to fix it. But there's multiple ways that we can solve this problem, but one of the ways are education. Education, teaching kids and adults the importance of our world and where they live on. Teaching them to be more sustainable and teaching them the right things so they can move forward and have a better lifestyle. Ever since I was a small child, I always loved nature and the environment. I always remember being taught that everything has feelings. All the trees that we see outside and all the animals that are getting hurt, they have feelings too. And I always felt horrible because us humans were the cause of their suffering and pain. And I always knew that this wasn't fair. So why didn't we do anything about this? It seems like everybody knows how bad the environment was becoming, but nobody was doing anything to solve it. Ever since I started my environmental activism 4 years ago, I created 6 different projects. One of the projects is called Eco-Education. Eco-Education is about a lesson being taught to school kids about the importance of our environment, to teach them life skills and how to be a global citizen. To also have a better mindset, to teach them how to have a better mindset, so they can change the environment and so they can change the world. And the whole point of education is to teach people things that they didn't know. And by teaching everyone what is right, I believe we can really make a difference in changing the world. We talk a lot about change and always want to change, but now we have to change our actions and dream better for the future. I don't want a future covered with plastic. I don't want a future with air that I cannot breathe. And in the end, us kids know why we create all this toxic waste. And us kids all know why we cut down trees. It's because of the money. And in the end, money cannot buy the world back. My generation is facing many, many issues, and it's time that they are fixed. I always get questions like, "Are you scared for the future, Lily?" And the truth is, yes, I am terrified because I really don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if there's going to be a proper solution, and I really don't know if I'm going to have clean drinking water. And I know this because I've seen this happen already. But now, instead of focusing on our problems, I need everybody to focus on our solutions. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me today, and everyone here. And I would like to leave you all with one question. What would your perfect world look like? And whatever the answer is, I hope that everyone can strive for this to be a reality. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Lily. You are an inspiration. Now, our last activity for today is from youth representative at the conference. They have been with us for 3 days now. Let's see what they are going to do for the last session for today. Please welcome. Youth representative, are you ready?
Hello everyone. So for me, the right livelihood education is to pass the indigenous wisdom to the next generation.
For me, it's self-awareness and forward with the passion.
And the right livelihood education is education to education for the freedom, the real freedom.
To me, the education for livelihood is education to create well-being and sustainable work for the planet, for the people and the earth.
And for me, the right livelihood is a power for youth to follow their dream.
For me, right livelihood education is about the holistic educational process to help address the diverse emerging issues towards bringing the holistic and authentic beings.
To me, the right livelihood education is the hope for our generation. We must learn the ethical way of living and must be the hope for, part of the hope for every day.
As for me, right livelihood education is faith-based strategy way to bring advantages for our society from our individual heart.
Okay, and for me, the right livelihood education is to live a happy life.
On behalf of the young generation, I would like to express my deepest gratitude towards all the organizers, including the Right Livelihood Foundation, the Livelihood College, the School for Wellbeing, the Global Campus for Human Rights, the Chulalongkorn University for bringing us here together. After a few days of the conference, our youth group had an opportunity to learn valuable wisdom from the laureates and listen to the task that you and us, the next generation, to carry on. We are greatly thankful and look forward to the involving in the movement, offering ourselves and receiving more guidance and support from the activists, the people from academia and laureates in the future. Together, we turn the world to a better place. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for our youngsters. Now there's a requested session because this is time to awaken Dr. Monica Griffin for making speech of thanks.
No, thank you so much, the youth who had participated. You have thanked already all the institutions. But I think we have to thank also people. We are persons which we have to recognize and acknowledge. And that's not only institutions. So I would like to thank you both, Chen and Sun, for the nice moderation during this day. I think you led us through the day. That's very important. Thank you. I want to thank also the translators who have done an enormous job to all these languages, and that is really something, and I'm sorry I don't know the name, but it's a person who's doing it, or persons who are doing it. And of course I want to thank the organizers who have done all the work preparing this in Stockholm, in Geneva, and in Bangkok. So it's Kaiser and its team, it's Hans and Walapa and their teams, and also here in Bangkok, all the people who have worked on that. Thank you very much for all the work you have done. And I want to thank the Swedish Embassy, who does, in a lot of countries, always gives a home to the Right Livelihood Foundation and welcomed us very nicely on Wednesday night. So thank you for them, although they are not here at the moment, but I think it's great to the ambassador that he took the opportunity to give us a home here. And thank you, Manfred, for the newly established cooperation with the Global Campus on Human Rights, together with Right Livelihood Foundation. It's great, and Rina, who have done all the work as well, Manfred and Rina, thank you for being with us, and as you said, like being for us for a long time. And last but not least, I would really like to thank our laureates who took their precious time. They are fighting all the time. They are working all the time for Right Livelihood, for the best of our future, of your future, and to taking the time to come here to present us their vision, but also their solutions, and also have hope for us. I think this is a good thing. I think we need hope as well. And our laureates show us all the time again that we can have hope. Thank you very much, all of you which are here. And last but not least, all the participants who have been here to listen, to probably get some spirit, get some hope, and go home with the idea that you can do something, that you can change the world, that you can have a hope for the future. For me, it was quite good all the past years. Each time I was very down in my mood and thinking about the bad things of the world, I always thought about all these laureates which work in much worse condition than me in Germany, and thinking, great, they are there, they are standing, we can do that, and we can do it together. Thank you very much for all of you being here and bringing the hope to all your compatriots. Thank you.
This is the ending of the forum. Before we go, please join us to take group photos in front of that building. Please follow our team. So thank you everyone for your amazing participation. ကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်
ขอบคุณครับ